अभी कुछ दिन गेहूं को ऐसे ही छोड़
Am I audible? I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now we are going to start our session, and we will discuss about the very important topic, that is network security. So can anybody just confirm my screen is properly visible? Okay, great. So actually on day 2 we have certain confusions regarding the topic. Okay, so today we will be having and starting the network security. Particularly in the network security, we will be dealing a lot of questions and areas which are important for handling the cyber security event or anything about the cyber security issues. So we will be covering that particular topic, and if anybody has any questions, they can just put them into the chat box. Okay, so that would be great. Because I'm facing something issue with my microphone and headphones. So I request you to please drop your questions into the chat box, and I would love to answer them. Okay. Just give me a thumbs up. It's everything is fine at my end. Properly visible, audible, because it's a 4-hour session. So we will be taking a little bit time on the connectivity check. Great, great. So So let's start on the very important topic, that is network security. Why network security is important, and why we are reading this particular topic, that is network security, into this particular session. See, this world is a very interconnected network. Okay, so many type of topologies you are studying. Maybe you are using some ring topology, or maybe you are some star topology, or maybe you are some mesh topology. So end of the day, whenever you are using any type of topology, the most important part is that you should understand that why we are using and creating a network. Okay, so the main aim is of a network to connect two or more devices. Okay, so in this particular session we will be talking about like basics of network. We will be talking basic nitty-gritties of network, different areas which is required to be understand to get the brief about the network security. Okay, so these are the major topics that we are going to cover today. So if I broadly talk you about the total topic, today's overview, we will be making you familiarize with the network security devices, that what are the security devices that we usually have. Then we have firewall, NGFW, and IPS, IDS. So what are these devices, and how these devices are used into the network for taking care of the entire session. Okay, so we will be taking all these issues. We will be talking on firewall. We will be talking on to the very important, that is next generation firewall. We will be talking on IPS, IDS, and on particular areas we will be talking on to the impact of AI and machine learning on to the cyber security. We will also doing the encryption, basically cryptography topic will be covered today, and also very important topic, that is router security, that also we are covering today. Okay, so this is like today's agenda, and we will be covering all these topics. Okay, so network security devices are like the primary backbone. I used to say it as a backbone, because if you want to implement anything into the internet or anything related to cyber security, the most important part is that you have to put and connect that device onto the internet. Okay, you have to put that connect your device onto the internet, and if you are putting that device onto the internet, it means that the entire structure of the network is maybe exposed to the attacker, and this could leads to certain issues. Okay, so that's why we are taking utmost care in this particular area, and most of the times it has been recommended by the cybersecurity practitioners to take care of the network well, because if networks are not taken care of in a proper manner, then definitely a lot of issues can come if the configurations are not done properly. So we will be in today's session seeing each and everything. We will be also covering the encryptions basic, and also router security will also be covered. So these are the measures today overview. So like we everybody know the network traffic. So what is a network traffic? In simple word, in simple terms, if you want to explain the network traffic, everything which is coming and with everything which is going out from your network in the form of packets, frames, or bit or byte. So everything which is coming in, coming out from your network is basically the your entire network traffic. I need to understand that all these network traffics are very much important. Like if you are opening a website google.com, okay, so let us take example. You are opening a website google.com. Now what is happening here, you are requesting request to DNS. DNS is giving you a public IP. Public IP is coming back to you. Then you are accessing the Google website through the public IP, and Google is basically giving you the resources. So in this way, the entire traffic is coming. So what type of traffic it is available here? See, one traffic is for DNS when you are asking for the DNS. Second traffic is when DNS is replying to you. Third traffic is when you are asking Google to give a resource, and fourth traffic is when Google is providing you some resources. So in this way, it's very important to understand that the entire traffic is going in such a way that you have to sniff that packet sometimes to understand that what type of network packet it is. So sniffing is basically capturing the packets from network. Okay, so sniffing means capturing the packets from the network, and usually it has been done to take care of the network, to check the activity of the network, to check the status of the network. Because if you are sniffing the network, if you are monitoring the network, you can do a lot of things. When we talk about the threat intelligence, when we talk about the router security, or the entire holistic form of cyber security. Okay, so in this way, this network traffic is very much important. Okay, so now we will understand that how a typical network communication is established. Okay, so we will be covering this topic from the very scratch. So maybe if some people are not from the cybersecurity background, or even if some people are not from the computers background, then also we will try to make them comfortable with this very important topic, that is network security. Okay, so let us suppose that there is a case and there is a boy, and let us give a name to him. The name of the person is Ram. Okay, so Ram want to access a particular website. So what are the different functionalities, or what are the different steps, what are the different artifacts which are used for this entire communication? Let us talk. So when Ram wants to talk to certain websites, so basically what's happening, Ram wants to access this particular server. Okay, so this is a server. So Ram want to particularly access this server, and this server is having some resources, maybe it's a YouTube or any it's school, college, anything he have. So first of all, what Ram need to do, he need to take a temporary port. Okay, he need to take a temporary port between 1024 and 65535. So what is port? Okay, so now there is a word coming, that is a port. Okay, just hold for a minute. Am I audible now? Am I audible? Okay. So we are talking about this particular very important topic, that is port. So we will understand that what are the ports. Okay. So port, yes, port is nothing but a gateway to pass the data from endpoint to destination. See, port is something which is assigned for a particular task. Okay, port is assigned for the particular task. We will explain how many total ports are there. Total ports are 65535. Okay, so these are the total number of ports we have in our internet. Also from up to 1023, these are called fixed ports. Okay, and from 1024 to 6553 are called temporary port or ephemeral ports. Okay, so these ports are called temporary ports and ephemeral ports. Ephemeral ports means the temporary ports. So now what's happening, if we talk about HTTP. HTTP is a service which is running on 80 port. HTTPS is a service which is running on 443 port. You have a telnet service which is running on 22 port. Okay, so you can write down these important ports, because usually when you are working into the domain of cyber security, so many times different ports are usually coming in front of you, and as a practitioner you should know and heartfully remember that what type of ports we have into our networks. Okay, so usually we are coming like 443 and these 80 ports, but other ports are also important. Okay, like 22 port. So when we talk about 22 port, it means your telnet SSH. Then port 20 and 21, it is used for FTP. Okay, so I'm just writing some of the ports here. Okay, so 20 and 21 is used for the FTP purpose, and 22 I have already told you about SSH, and port 23 is about telnet. Okay, so it means that for certain services we are using a particular port. If I talk about particularly about SMTP, then port 25 is used. SMTP means simple mail transfer protocol. Okay, so whenever you want to transfer a mail from one system to your mail server, or using your Outlook client or something, then you are using this SMTP. Then we have a port 53 that is used for DNS. Okay, and if you are using some DSCP configuration like dynamic IP allocation, then port 67 and port 68 will be used. Okay, and so these are the important, when we talk about network time protocol, then port 123 will be used. For IMAP port 143, for HTTPS port 443, and the ports which are above 1024 are basically called the ephemeral ports. Okay, so basically these temporary ports are used by the sender to send any type of traffic. Okay, so I will just remove all this so that there should be a space. Okay, so now this boy who want to send a traffic to someone, so what he has done, he has picked any of the ephemeral port, because when you are sending traffic from your client, you cannot use a fixed port. Okay, so the traffic gone to the well-known destination port HTTPS. Okay, so HTTPS is used for 443 port is used for the HTTPS. Now what's happening? The request is having two parts. So every request is basically having two parts, that is the request and the response. So in this particular case, the RAM student is requesting for certain resources, and he is expecting a response from the server. Okay, so now server got a request, and server is basically giving him a response. So server is giving him a response, and the boy is able to access with the desired results. So the most important point that I want to put you here, that request and response are the two important areas in any network traffic communication. Okay, and without this request and response, you cannot establish any communication. If you talk on any type of protocol, whether it is a TCP or UDP, although it is a connection oriented and connectionless protocols, we have a different analogy for it, but still request and response are the two essential parts. Okay, so let's see this particular picture into a broader scenario. Now in this particular case, if you see, the client is having a certain IP and server is also having a certain IP. Okay, so if this particular client want to access this particular client, so what he required? He required a source IP, he required a destination IP. Okay, he required a source port, he required a destination port. Without these particular informations, he cannot reach to this particular server. So it's very important. So whenever you are establishing a handshake, a two-way communication, so what important areas you have, what important information is required? That is a source IP, source port, destination IP, and destination port. In the response from this server, so in this particular case, request is a outbound from client perspective. So basically, when this person is sending a request, it's an outbound request, and when the request is landing onto the server, it is basically an inbound request. So because when we are creating the firewall rules, so it's very important to understand the inbound and outbound communication. So in this way, there are two communications happening. One is an inbound communication and one is an outbound communication. In response to the request that a server is getting, server is again sending the required resources to him. But again, there is a source port. Okay, so there is a source port, destination port, and source support, source IP and destination IP. So these things are required every time you are putting the communication. So what's the major role of network security here? Network security here means that these requests which are generated, the response that a person is getting should be legitimate. Okay, they should not be forced. They should not be changed. Okay, so what's the main aim of the person who is taking care of the network security? That the data, the request should not be forced, the data should not be changed. Also, the security of these network devices, whether it's a laptop, whether it is a server or router or switch or firewall, any type of devices. So all these devices security is a very important part. It's very important to understand that how a destination port is selected. Okay, how a destination port is selected. When you are accessing a particular service using a certain protocol. Okay, so if you are using a HTTP service means it's a web page without security, that is without SSL. HTTP is running on port 80. So whenever you are using HTTP service, the request will be landing on the 80 port of this particular server. In case there is a good network admin guy here and he has changed the 80 port maybe to 9993 port, then all the requests which are coming on the 80 port will not land up on the 80 because 80 is not configured for HTTP in this case. Then the user has to enter in this way, like abc.com:9993. So probably you have seen many times while filling some online forms or filling some or accessing some of the online resources, that some extra port is given in addition to the URL. So what is that? The configuration is done in such a way that the port number is basically changed because everybody know about 80. So probably a target attacker could target port 80. So what the network admins are doing, sometime they are changing the port addresses. Okay, so any questions up to this? Because these are the very basic building blocks that we are talking right now, and we want the things to be go in a good pace. Everything. everything it is applied, whether it is a on-prem, whether it is a cloud. See, this is the like basic structure of networking. Okay, like if you want to take a SSH, okay, you want to take a SSH from certain server. So what is the like port? The port is 22. For taking the port, you need a port SSH 22. So the other server who is giving you the services of SSH, what he will do? He will provide you the access to the SSH on a particular server. In case he want to secure the SSH, so the two options he can do: either he can harden the SSH, and harden the SSH means by providing the key algorithm, by providing a public key, private key through the SSH. Secondly, for primary security, he can change the port. He can change the port from like 22 to something else. Okay. So in this way, these things are happening. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, so there is a question that if this is a scenario, like this is a mail server, and this mail server is sending mail to maybe 1000 people. Okay, so when this mail server is working, so this mail server is let us suppose this is a client and this is a mail server. Okay, this A is client and B is a mail server. Now A want to send 1000 files, 1000 mails. So now in this case, the A will send all these 1000 files to this mail server, and this mail server will create a separate connection with every other mail server devices, because your mail server will be delivering the traffic to the different mail server, and those mail server will be relaying your mails to the respective mails email IDs. Okay, so as a client, you will be establishing a single communication between the you and the mail server, and furthermore, then you will when then this server B will be relaying the additional email. Also, some traffic forwarding concept is always also there, like in case you are receiving some traffic on 80, okay, or you are receiving some for traffic on 443, so you can transfer that traffic to certain other ports, maybe some 993 or anything. So why is this port forwarding done? Port forwarding is done basically to change the route of the entire traffic. And even yes, somebody can use ports of his choices, but he should be making the other person aware about the ports that he is using. Maybe you can use like 777 for your HTTP traffic. It's allowed, no issues. But if other person is just writing HTTPS colon google.com or your website xyz.com, then he is not able to reach you, because you are running HTTPS service on 777. So if then he has to write this HTTPS colon xyz.com colon 777, then only he can reach to you. Is it clear? Let us suppose I am using this particular website google.com. So google.com is a using a SSL, and SSL is running on 443. Okay, 443. But let us suppose one very fine day Google has changed his entire structure, and they are using 666 port. So what he has to write in front of it, 666. So in this way, this particular ports are mapping. So that's why there is a there is a fixed port, there is a concept of fixed port, and there is a concept of ephemeral port. Understood? Let us suppose you are taking the port SSH on port 22. Okay, you are taking SSH on port 22. So this is a universal knowledge that SSH is on port 22. So maybe there are certain bots which are pinging the public IPs, okay, on the port 22. So if you just change this particular port, let us suppose to 667. Okay, so now definitely this port is publicly visible, that 667 is now the SSH port of this particular company, but it's need a network scan. Okay, it need a network scan, and if you have a good SIEM tool, if you have a good IPS, if you have a good IDS, then these tools can detect these type of network scans, that somebody is trying to scan your network. Because whenever there is a nmap running on from certain PC and he want to scan your system, then what you need to do, and when it's trying to scan the system, then there is a lot of noise that is happening into a network. And as a network admin, these devices are basically alerting you that your systems are being scanned. Okay, so just by using a different port doesn't mean that you are secure, but you are enhancing a layer of security, that these ports are now not publicly accessible. They need to do an additional task for scanning all this. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk to some another different topics, because this is like the very building blocks into the network security. And whenever we are talking onto the network security, if you are not understanding the ports concept, if you are not understanding the source IP, destination IP, how the traffic is moving, then it's very hard for anyone to understand the network security. So now, whenever there is a request, there is a response, there is a chance that an attacker can modify this request, an attacker can modify this response. In upcoming slides, I will be talking about a very important concept, that is a DNS, DNS security. So DNS security is a very important area. Like if you all know, so let us understand this network traffic. Okay, so in this network traffic, you can see there is something written as source, something written as destination, and something written as protocol. Then you have a length, then you have information, there is a number, time. So this is a basic screenshot from the Wireshark. So Wireshark is a network sniffing device that is basically sniffing the entire traffic. In the very initial session, I have talked with the word sniffing. So now there is a very much confusion that what is a source and what is a destination, what is a protocol. So these new terms are coming. So let us suppose this particular case, let us go to the previous slide. If you go to the previous slide, you can see this boy. Okay, so probably this boy is using connection of a geo. Okay, and this his computer is connected through the geo router. Okay, so in this particular case, geo has assigned him a IP. Okay, geo has assigned him a public IP. Okay, assigned him a public IP, and when he used his public IP to access a resource, it means it's a source IP for him. Okay, this is a source IP, and the IP he want to access, let us suppose he want to access the Google IP, it means it's a destination IP. So it's a source IP and it's a destination IP. We will take a small example that how these IPs are calculated by using NSLOOKUP. Okay, so just a minute, I am just starting my command prompt. Is my command prompt visible? Okay, so if you want to check your IP, okay, so there is just a simple command, IP config. IP config is a basic command through which you can find your IP. Okay, so I'm just putting IP config. Okay, so what IP config is giving? IP config is giving me the entire IPs which are assigned to my Ethernet or wireless adapters, even for my VMware also. So in this case, you are getting like information, my VMware adapter is also there. So, but my interest is in my wireless because currently I am connecting with my wireless. Okay, so if you see, the IP is basically assigned to my system is 192.168.0.6. Okay, the IP assigned to me is 192.168.0.6. So this is basically the source IP, but there is a catch. The catch is that when the packet is going outside your router, it is not taking this IP with him. The catch is that when the traffic is going outside from the router, it is not taking this 0.6 because this is a local IP. Okay, and on internet, if you want to communicate, there is a only way that both parties should be having a public IP. Okay, so now there is a very big topic which we need to discuss about the public IP and a private IP. Is it clear up till now? So in this particular case, the 192.168.0.6 is a source IP for my system, but whenever my system is trying to connect with the outer world, let us suppose I want to connect with Google. Okay, so what's the IP of Google? Just go to NSLOOKUP. So NSLOOKUP is a command that is used for the name server lookup. Okay, so I am putting google.com. So it is telling me that the IP for the google.com is this. Okay, so this is the public IP of the google.com. Okay, now in case you want to know your public IP, okay, so in case you want to know your public IP, so there is an option that there is a website also available. What is my IP? What is my IP.com? What is my IP address.com? So using that particular website, you can find out that what is your IP address, because that will show you the public IP. Okay, so I think so. If my screen is visible to you, I have just run this particular website. What is my IP address.com? And you can see my IP address is 183.83.52.193. Okay, so basically this is the this is my public IP, and whenever I am doing a communication with the external world, so this particular IP is visible to the people who are sitting outside my network. So for communication in the internet world, you need a public IP, and for discussing internally, you need a private IP. So this is a big difference between the private IP and the public IP. Also, private IPs are reusable. Probably if you go to your particular system, like you may be also having this particular series 192, 168, maybe you are using 1 or 0 or any IP scheme you have. But if you go to any system, you will not find this particular IP, because this particular public IP is currently assigned to my Geo router or my BSNL router or my ISP router. So whenever I am connecting my router to the internet, basically every router is assigned with the public IP. Okay, and now the issue is coming that broadbands, Wi-Fi's, our devices are so much numerously increasing. That's why the range of IPv4 is basically exhausting. So this is IPv4 we are having. Okay, so the entire IPv4 is now going to be exhausting so much. Even if you go to the ISP and ask for the public IP in IPv4, so BSNL is just denying you that we are not having the availability in our pool of IPv4 public IP. So that's why they are asking you to take the IPv6. Okay, so probably if you are connecting through a VPN, then the public IP of that VPN services will be exposed to the internet. Like if you are using a Tor browser, okay, you like I think you everybody know about the dark web. When you are accessing the dark web, so what exactly it is doing? It is using a Tor relays. Okay, they are using a Tor relays, and these Tor relays are basically hiding your original IP with the receiver. So VPN concept is something like that you are connecting from source to destination in a encrypted way, and the traffic which is going from you to the particular destination is basically encrypted. But in VPN also, the destination can know about your IP. Destination can know about your source IP. But in dark web, in Tor browser, destination will not know about your IP. Is it clear? Also, this entire scheme is running on the Android mobiles or iPhone mobiles. So even you can find out the IP address in your mobile also, because even your mobile is also having the computing power, and the mobile is also using the internet to giving you these sources, to giving you the information. So what it is important that every time you study the thing, always correlate nowadays with the Android devices also, because end of the day you are using Android security, and that security is also very important. Okay, so in this way we have got if you can see on this screen that like this is the IPv6 of Google and this is the IPv4 of Google. Okay, so if you have IPv6 in your network, you can access IPv6. If you have IPv4 in your network, you can access IPv4. Okay, so you can using the any access device, you can use this. Also, one more thing here I want to add on is about the tracing of the network. Okay, so in the upcoming this session we will be talking about the network security. So tracing the route. Okay, so tracing the route is an important area. So for that there is a command tracert. So tracert is a command which is basically tracing the route, and this tracing the route will be checking that how many routers are coming. So just after this we will be studying that what are the routers and what are the different areas, what are the different type of routers we have. So if you just hit this particular command, that is 140 tracert dot this, so we are tracing the route from my particular system to Google. Okay, so in this case, you can see that my IP is 192.168.0.6. My gateway is 192.168.0.1. Okay, so it means that I want to go from this particular IP to this particular IP. So in trace route, it is tracing the entire network traffic which is coming in between reaching this particular IP. If I want to go to this particular IP, then what I required? I required certain more routers. Okay, so if I want from this A server to B server, then there are definitely many more servers are coming in between them. If you are trying to access Google, it is not like that there is a dedicated line between you and Google. It means you are going through the mesh of networks. Okay, so there is a mesh of networks who are interconnected, and basically, if you see this particular example, you can see that what are the different devices that are coming in between. So this is my router. Then my router is connected to some internal IP of the broadband provider, ISP provider. These are the public IPs for my for my ISP. Like I am taking internet from ACT, so they are giving this. Then it has transferred my packet to this particular IP, then to this particular IP, and finally it is reaching to the Google server. So in this particular example, you can see that how these different hops are coming. So this is called hops. This is one hop. My packet is transferred from first hop to second hop to third hop to fourth hop. So all these are called hops. So in cyber security or in digital security or any type of network, these hops are coming in between your traffic. So this particular Windows system is taking care of the maximum of the 30 hops. So it is expected that one traffic which is originating from your system and landing onto the another system, probably it have to be not probably completes in less than 30 hops. Okay, is it clear up to this? The IPs which are detected during the trace route. Okay, so the IPs which are detected during the trace route are your router IPs. Okay, and if you are on internet, then your router IP is visible. You cannot hide it. Okay, what you can do, you can just put down the enough network security so that a person or a attacker cannot do the lateral movement uh, on your IP. A vertical movement should be blocked in your IP. Otherwise, that IP is going to be visible onto this. So now let's move to this particular topic. We are talking about the network traffic. So we have studied about what is the source. We have what are the destinations. Okay, so till now we have covered about certain source IPs, destination IPs, how the things are going. So these are the different protocols. Okay, so these are the different protocols like your TCP, UDP, you have Modbus protocol, you have different protocols for IT, you have different protocols for OT. Everyone has a different set of packet size, different type set of packet query length. So all these details and data is available into this particular traffic. Okay, so we will be doing a practical exercise for this Wireshark also. So let's move to the definitions of network security. So it's just an hour. We have discussed about the network security, that what is network security. We have talked about the important terminology that is going to be used for the entire session. Okay, so for the entire session, these network terminology, these points are basically going to be used. So network security devices are typically physical or virtualized devices. So whenever we talk about devices, so devices nowadays, it's also can be run on VM, it can be a software, it can be a hardware. Okay, it can be a software, it can be a hardware, and sometimes they are virtualized hardware appliances with vendor specific software installed. So if I talk you about, like, there is a device, a Cisco router. So it is a hardware based device, and when I tell you PF Sense firewall, okay, so PF Sense firewall is basically a software based firewall. Okay, so we have both hardware based devices and software based devices. So network security consists of the policies, processes, and practices adopted to prevent, detect, and monitor unauthorized access, misuse, modification, or denial of computer network and network accessible resources. So what is the main motive of the network security? Is to prevent any event, is to detect any event, monitor any event, and to find out the unauthorized access. If somebody is trying to access your system, if somebody is trying to modify your system, then the concepts of network security plays a pivotal role. So what are the devices used for the network security? So what are the devices used is, we have a firewall, we have something called as IPS and IDS, intrusion prevention system, intrusion detection system, and now some new type of devices that are coming, that is a unified threat management, which has capabilities of all these particular devices. So nowadays these particular UTMs are very much preferred for the small networks. So we will study one by one about all these firewall, IPS, and UTM. So for considering the firewall, to considering the uh, network security, there is a very important topic, that is a zones. We call it as a segregation of network. Okay, so it is called segregation of network. Why we required a segregation of network? It's a very important topic, that why we required a segregation of network. Segregation of network is required. Is my screen visible properly? Zones in network is visible, na? Okay, great. See, so we need to segregate the network. Why we need to segregate the network? Because we want to put the place where the things are accessible in a proper way. Okay, so I will just give a very vague example, very simple example, that you have a house. Okay, so you are living in a house where we have a restroom. Okay, and we have certain bedrooms also. Let us suppose bedroom 1, bedroom 2, and bedroom 3, and we have a washroom also, and we have a kitchen also. Okay, let us suppose this boy, whose name is A, is come down to your home. Okay, and he is sitting in this particular restroom. Okay, so my question is, what are the resources he can access into your um, home? If he fail to go to the washroom, definitely he can go to washroom. Do you think he can go to kitchen? Do you think it's accessible? A common guest is able to access your kitchen? Yes or no? No. Do you think that he can able to access your bedrooms? But if this person is your father, just imagine if this is a guest, now this is a person is your father. Now he can access all the things? Yes or no? Because he is the owner of the house. So why I am putting you this concept? Because when we see this typical network architecture in a data center, so in a typical network architecture, you have an internet connection which is provided by a ISP, probably any company. The ISP is terminating his internet connection on this particular router. The router is not open to anyone. It is terminating through a firewall, and firewall is creating some of the zones. Zones mean different rooms. Maybe this is a bedroom 1, this is a bedroom 2, and this is maybe a toilet or something. So these zones are created. Now think of a scenario that there is an end user, okay, who is sitting outside the organization. This is an end user, and it is sitting outside the organization. Let us suppose the IP of the end user is this, okay. Now this end user will go and want to access this web server. So what is the problem statement? This end user want to access this particular web server, but this web server is behind this firewall, behind this router. So what he will do? He will go to the internet. On internet he find the particular route. The internet will decide which route he need to follow. He land up to the router, he land up to the firewall, and firewall, if allows him, he is able to use this particular web server. Okay. Now the question is that there is a database server which is running behind the web server. Like there is a web server who is having some of the scheduling data or something, but the data is basically available in this particular database. So do you think that this particular user is able to access this database server? Yes or no? Do you think we allow this? That this user can use this access this database server? He can only access to this application server, and database server only be accessible through the web server. So this is only allowed, okay. Only web server can access to the database server. Now think of a different scenario that we are inside the organization. We are inside the organization, and there is a user who is working into the organization. Now if he want to access that particular web server, so this probably the root. Okay. So now I have a question that do you think that this inside user also can access to this DB server? Do we give him the access? Tell me. Then only. But I am saying it's just a normal user. But if it is just a normal user, do you give your DB access to this? No. So the point is that it is the same example that we have talked before. This particular bedroom kitchen, we are giving access to specific people. Let us suppose that there is a separate zone of people who are like DBA, who are network admin. So they have access to each and everything. But a normal user, no. A end user, no. So how these rules are working? So these rules are basically written in the firewall. Okay, so these rules are written in the firewall. Understood? That where these rules are written, that who will access, who will not access. Is it clear? So now there is also a question here. I want to add that I have created a table here. Okay, can you see this table? Public IP, local IP. In this public IP, you can see, uh, as I've already told you, what is accessible on internet, public IP or local IP? Tell me, which is accessible on internet, public or local? Public. Now, your public IP is accessible, but your web servers are always given the local IP. To enhance the security, we are giving them the local IP, because if we give them the public IP directly, then how we will going to control the traffic? Yes or no? If we give them the public IP, then there is no rule criteria we can establish. Then what's the motive of this firewall? It is of no use. So there is a concept of netting come. Netting means network address translation. Now we will see the concept of network address translation. Okay, we will see this particular topic, that is network address translation, that is netting. If you have an experience on firewall, there is a netting table inside the firewall. Have anyone seen that table, netting table? Yeah, so have you ever used that particular netting table? Why it is configured? See, our main aim is to hide the network. Our main aim is to hide these particular servers. We want to hide our web server. We want to hide our database server. So how we are going to hide it? We are going to give a private IP, okay, and we map it with the public IP in our netting table. So this is called net table. Okay, so we are mapping this particular two-way handshake communication, that whenever a request come on this particular 45 IP, you just transfer the request to this 1.4. So now my public user who is sitting outside the organization have an access to this and indirectly access to this, but this is not exposed. This particular IP is not exposed. Only this IP is exposed. And in case I felt that there is certain issues, so even I can change my netting table. So net is basically used in the network to protect your inside servers, to protect your inside environment. Okay, so protect your inside environment, you are using net table, that is network address translation. Otherwise, if I put this public IP here, like 103.2.3.45, so now a user can directly go to this. You cannot put firewall in between. So if you want to put security devices, you need to use netting. Any questions, please? Okay, so we will discuss a little bit about the public and private IP. That what is a public IP and what is a private IP. See, public IP and private IP. To talk on internet, you need a public IP. Without public IP, you cannot talk onto the internet. Okay. Let us suppose this is a PC and this is the cloud of Google. If you want to connect to this particular Google, what you want to do, you have a LAN IP here, maybe 192.168.2.1. Your system is connected to a router, your home Wi-Fi router, and your home Wi-Fi router is basically provided with a public IP. And this public IP is basically talking with this particular Google. So actually you are talking with this IP, but Google is getting this IP to communicate. So communication on internet is always with a public IP. You cannot talk with a private IP. See, what are the basic differences between public IP and private IPs are? Public IP is unique. If at any moment of time this IP is issued to this particular router, then this IP cannot be reusable on the network anywhere in the world. It is unique to that particular router only. It cannot be reusable. But if I are using some public IP, let us suppose 192.168.1.1, I think in your life you have everywhere seen this particular IP. Yes or no? Have you seen or not? Every time you are configuring some router, you are seeing this particular IP. It means that these IPs are private IPs are reusable. Who can give you these private IPs? Who can assign you? Self-assignment can be done, or your gateway can be assigning your IP, your router can be assigning your IP. But who is assigning the public IP? Only ISP can assign the public IP. Private IP is free, but this is having some cost. It is having some of the cost. So if you are using a public IP, this is basically chargeable, but if you are using the private IP, it's absolutely free. Is it clear to everyone, the concepts of private and public IP? Yes. The point is that if you want to know that who is accessing my web page, if you want to know who is accessing my website, who is trying to access my details, is absolutely depends on the tools that we can require. Okay, so even you can put a log management tool, you can study your logs. There is a IPS, like open source IPS snort is there. If you put these tools into a network, or I have created my own tools, I will try to display in today's session. that if somebody is trying to ping you even, it can show you that this person is trying to ping you with his IP address and all. So by that thing you can enhance the network security into your organization. Okay, so let's go ahead and let us talk on to the certain questions. Okay, so if you could remember this particular network architecture where we have put down the database servers in MZ zone, we have put down these web servers in demilitarized zone, then there is a inside zone, and there is a internet zone. So you can rename as per your ease. So if you take this particular particular network architecture, I want you to answer some of the basic questions. Okay, I want you to some of the basic questions. So okay, so my question is just you can give your answers in yes or no. Okay, so you just answer your questions in yes or no. So my first question is, do you allow inside to DMZ connection? Do you allow inside to DMZ? See, just go to this particular slide and see. See, this is the inside. Okay, see, this is the inside, and this is the DMZ. Do you allow yes or no? Yes, yes, yes. So yes, so basically you are allowing from inside to DMZ. So it is a rule. So now you can create such rule in your firewall that allow inside to DMZ. Okay. Now let us talk to the second question. Do you allow MZ to internet connection? You cannot, you will not, you will never allow this direct connectivity, because this is a database server and you want only to sit it behind the web server. Okay, so next question is, do you allow internet to DMZ connection? Yes, because this otherwise how would this user will see the web pages? So this is the probable route. Okay, do you allow it inside to MZ? Inside to MZ, do you allow? It yes, the answer is no. If it inside means local user. Okay, admins are sitting somewhere else. Okay, let us suppose this. Now question is, do you allow MZ to DMZ? In this particular case, we are taking this architecture. For every architecture, the questions and answers can be different absolutely. To safeguard the environment, always put your DB servers and web servers in different zones. Okay, and put DB servers into the more specific secure zone and with the least privileges. Why we put this? Because if you put the web servers and DB servers in the same zone, and in certain case your that particular zone is being compromised, then all the DB servers are also being compromised. See, you can build the application again. You have a application data which is not frequently changing, but DB data is changing in every second. So if you are trying to restore something after 8 hours or something, so you will be probably losing lot of data. So it is recommended, so put the DB servers onto this separate environment. Okay, So very good responses I have got for all these questions, and I do appreciate. So let us talk and see the different definitions of the demilitarized zone. So demilitarized zone is a subnet that creates an extra layer of protection from external attacks. It's a computing term. It's a subnetwork that shares public-facing services from private versions. It can't eliminate your hacking risk. It can only add an extra layer of security. Okay, so if you are thinking that my all hacking risks are eliminated, so you are wrong. It will always add an extra layer of security, and that's the fact. Whenever we talk about cyber security, it whenever we put a device into a network, it is only adding a layer of security. Okay, it is not like that you are 100% secure now. Okay, it is only adding a layer of security. Definitely, whenever we are putting a layer of security, we are reducing a security risk. We are reducing the exposure. We are reducing the threat landscape. So in this example, particularly, what is DMZ? So we are just put down the separate switch, firewall, internal switch, internet router. So this is the same example that we have covered into our previous talks. So now the topic of basic things are finished, but before just moving to it, I want to know what is the basic difference between a router and a switch? Because with my experience, I faced that this basic confusion is always there with many of the guys. So before moving forward, I want to talk a little bit on this because I know everybody is knowing about it. But still I want to give a brief idea about what is the difference between a router and a switch. So I want you people to give a brief idea of what you think about router and a switch. Okay, so the current see when you have different networks. Okay, so when you have different networks, to connect that particular network, you need a router, and when you want to extend the network, you need a switch. So this is the basic difference. Always keep your concepts with this. If you want to connect two networks, probably you are having a geo broadband and you have your internal network. So if you want to connect this, so geo is providing as a router device. So basically nowadays ONT device are coming. Okay, ONT device, optical network terminal unit, ONT devices are coming. So all these the devices which are like placed at our home are nowadays ONT device, and they are acting as a router plus switch also, because they have certain more RJ45 ports. The typical router is just having like 3 or 4 ports, which is used for the termination of the network and extension of the network. But nowadays the ONT device that is coming at our homes are acting as a router plus switch. Okay, so this is the things you need to know. So let's go to the firewall. Firewall is a very important topic. So if I ask you that these two pictures are in front of you, which guard you will hire at your home? The first one in the blue dress, or the second one in the with red caps and like any specific reason you are selecting second? Yes, so everybody is like focusing on the pick 2 because they have weapons. Okay, they have action position, they know how to attack, and they are equipped. Okay, so everybody is trying to hire these guards. So same is with the firewall. So firewall is basically the first perimeter device into your network. It is the first perimeter device. Perimeter means this is a network. If somebody trying to inside come to a network, the firewall is the first one who is going to block the malicious traffic. So firewall is the first perimeter device, and always select the firewalls with the best features. Okay, so if you are designing a network, the firewall could be a great choice, because if you are not taking the proper configuration, proper functionality into the firewall, that definitely you can suffer at some moment of time. So firewall is a network security device that monitors incoming and outgoing traffic. Yeah, just a minute, please. Hello. Yeah, sorry for the interruption, please. So firewall is a network security device that monitors incoming and outgoing network traffic and decides whether to allow or block specific traffic based on the defined set of security rules. So what are the security rules? What are the security rules? Who will tell me what are the security rules? Yes, yes. The just now we have discussed some rules that MZ will talk to inside. No, inside will talk to MZ. No. So who will access, who will be denied, all is the part of security rules. Okay, so firewall is a network security device that monitor your traffic, monitor your incoming, monitor your outgoing traffic, and decide whether to allow or not. So if you can see this particular picture, there are two type of balls which are coming into the firewall. One is a red and one is a green. Is it visible? The animation is visible. Okay, so you can see inside only the green balls are going. It means it's just a pictographic definition that the malicious traffic which is coming from the internet is blocked by the firewall. Also, this picture is a half picture. There is also a chance that malicious traffic can go to internet, so that is also being blocked by the firewall. Okay, so if user 1, user 2 and user 3 are sending malicious traffic to firewall, then also it will block. Is it clear to everyone? So firewall is basically managing your incoming and outgoing both traffics. Sir, firewall is a software or hardware. It's all depend. Firewall is firewall can be a software device. Firewall can be a hardware device, but preferable is a hardware device. Don't go with a software device. Okay, like there is a firewall, PF Sense. Okay, so PF Sense is a firewall, which is a software based firewall, and it is an open source firewall. It is a good firewall, but the issue is that it has certain vulnerabilities in its operating system which could be exploited by the attacker. So always try to go with a hardware based firewall, because they are rugged firewall. They have a higher amount of capability to handle the incidents. They are a higher storage amount, because what's happening into the software based firewall, this is the OS, and this application is running onto the firewall, onto the OS. So basically firewall is on top of the OS. So again it is creating an issue because OS is having its own vulnerability, firewall software having its own vulnerability. So A vulnerability plus B vulnerability will be C. So C is a higher amount between A and B. So if you have a certain hardware based firewall, so probably they having a lower amount of vulnerability. That's why the first perimeter devices should be a hardware based firewall. That is always recommended. They are having, but yes, but there is a but sir, there is usually a chance that uh, what the software firewalls, they are probably working on Linux or Windows. Okay, so these operating system has its own vulnerability. So operating system of a based firewall has its own vulnerability, and these are the embedded devices. These are the embedded devices where there is definitely a software. Maybe there is a ARM software, or there is some different softwares, proprietary softwares they have, and which is having a lower amount of vulnerability. If I say there is a embedded system and a like a Windows operating system. So Windows operating system has a higher number of vulnerability than a embedded system, because in embedded system the software is embedded onto the hardware only, and in the Windows based or other operating systems, the operating system is going to be installed on the hardware. So embedded is something more secure. Clear, sir? Okay, so now let's discuss onto the type of firewalls. Like till now we have talked about the basics of firewall. That what is a firewall, what it is doing. It is blocking the websites, blocking the malicious traffic, allowing the legitimate traffic. So all these things we have covered. But now we will talk about little bit about type of firewalls we have. So whenever we talk about firewalls, there are basically two type of firewall. One is a network-based firewall and one is a host-based firewall. So what is a network-based firewall? So network-based firewall is something you are putting inside your network, putting as a perimeter device or something, and host-based is something the system you have, whether you are using a Windows system, whether you are using some Linux system, you have some internal firewall, your device-based firewall. So host-based firewall is basically device-based firewall, which is available with the Windows or Linux. And in network-based firewall, we have two type of basically theoretically stateful and stateless. Okay, so these two are theoretically, and okay, practically these only firewall exists stateful, but theoretically stateless. Yes, sir. Host-based firewall is everywhere in every PC in Windows. In every Windows you have a host-based firewall. In Linux it is not available, but there are certain firewalls like UFW. Okay, UFW is a Linux-based firewall. You need to install it, but in Windows system you have a host-based firewall. And today we will do a demo on this host-based firewall, that how you can create a host-based firewall, what are the rules that you can put in a host-based firewall. Okay, because end of the day, if you are using a small system, like there is a question asked sometime before, that I'm using my home network, so how could I protect my system? Okay, so you can use your host-based firewall. Okay, so basically when we talk about network-based firewall, there are two types, stateful and stateless. And in stateful firewall you have advanced firewall, that is a NGFW, that is a next generation firewall. So this is like a broader classification. Also these type of firewalls can also be classified into two types. One is a software and one is a hardware. Okay, so this host based firewall is an example of a software based firewall, and if you are using some Sophos device or some Cisco device, that is example of a hardware based firewall. So if you see, like this is the firewall I have installed at my home. Actually my home network is behind the firewall. This entire communication that we are doing today is using this particular firewall. So if you can see, I have certain zones like DMZ zone, WAN zone and LAN zone. So basically what is happening, my internet is coming through this WAN zone, analyzing all the traffic inside the firewall and coming out of this DMZ zone. This DMZ zone is connected with my Wi-Fi router, and my system is connected to this particular Wi-Fi router. So this is a typical scenario that we are using into the or into some home-based networks or something. So what is a host-based firewall? Let us talk a little bit about the host-based firewall. A host-based firewall is a piece of firewall software that runs on an individual computer or device connected to a network. So it will be running on the individual device or a computer. These types of firewall are a granular way to protect the individual host from viruses or malware and to control the spread of these harmful infections throughout the network. So basically, if you can see this, the firewall host-based firewall is different from antivirus. Host-based firewall So this if so if you can, yes. So if you can see in this particular picture, we have a host-based firewall, and this firewall is just behind, in front of the system. Like this is a switch, and switch is connected to the system, and this firewall is protecting your system with the entire other network devices. So this is the host-based firewall. But if you talk about a network-based firewall, so network is a security device used to prevent or limit illegal access to private network by using policies defined in the traffic. Okay, so you cannot put policies in a host-based firewall that this system cannot talk to this system on certain policy. You can block on basis of IP, but you cannot block on the basis of policy. So if you can see, this is a system 1, 2 and 3. They both are connected into a LAN. Maybe this is a switch or something. And this firewall is like a perimeter device which is protecting all these systems with some policies based driven concepts. Okay, so network firewall is protecting the entire network, and host based firewall is only protecting the a single host. So this is the basic difference between the network and the host based firewall. Then we in network based firewall, basically theoretically we are having two type of firewall. One is a stateful firewall, and one is a stateless firewall. So if you see this type of firewall, when I've told you, one is a stateful and one is a stateless. So earlier firewalls that are created, okay, which are created theoretically in the early 90s or something, so they are basically the stateless firewall. But now from the last 15-20 years, all these firewalls are basically the stateful firewall. But when we are learning the important topics of network security, it is to be understood that the stateless firewall and stateful firewall should be covered. So I'm just giving a basic idea about the stateless and stateful. So in the stateless firewall, whenever your firewall is receiving any connection, okay, so it remember that how it is going to respond. Okay, so if you go to this particular slide, this is the typical architecture of a stateless firewall. Okay, so let us suppose this person want to access this particular server. Now there should be an inbound rule, okay, and there should be an outbound rule into your firewall. So if you are putting a firewall here, then firewall should know that where to go and where to reply. Okay, but nowadays this outbound rule is not required, only the inbound rule is required for the connection. If you see to this particular file, it is only required one rule for the connection, and the second rule for outbound is automatically detected by the firewall. So this is like a basic difference. Nowadays every firewall is a stateful firewall. Stateful means that your firewall is designed in such a way that it has the ability to maintain states, enable the firewall to identify seemingly legitimate packets that come out of sequence are invalid. So basically whenever you are asking a firewall something, firewall know that who he is need to be responded. Okay, so it is recording into the stateful firewall. Now what is the difference between stateful and stateless? TCP scans Some of the TCP scans are not available in the stateless firewall. It is already available in the stateful firewall. Now let us talk a little bit about the NGFW, that is a next generation firewall. So in recent surveys, network admins and IT managers cite the following top issues with the existing firewall. So what are the top issues that are find out in the existing firewalls? Like a poor visibility into the network application, risk and threat, concerned about protection from the latest ransomware and attacks, challenges with achieving SD-WAN capabilities, and challenges in detecting encrypted malware traffic. So these are the issues that everybody is facing. So what are the top critical capabilities of NGFW nowadays? It is having a top layer TLS 1.3 level inspection is there. Zero-day threat protection is also there, because nowadays these firewalls are basically signature based. It is signature based already, but behavioral based firewalls are also available in NGFW. Then we have awareness of application, SD-WAN networking, fully integrated with IPS, inbuilt antivirus is also there, and integration with other cybersecurity products. So these capabilities are nowadays found into the NGFW. Apart from that, there is a very good capability, that is a DPI. Okay, I think you must have heard about this DPI. DPI is basically deep packet inspection. Earlier, what is happening? The packet which you are sending through the firewall. Let us suppose this is a firewall and it is inspecting a packet. So it is not inspecting the packet in all the 7 layers of OSI. Okay, so it is just checking the hash value or something, what the sender receiver port, and just sending. But into the deep packet analysis, it provides decryption and inspection of the threats and exploits. Advanced threat protection, it can identify bots, other advanced threat and malware attempting to call home or communicate with command and control. Like if your system is trying to have a bash connection or something, it can block. Web protection, URL filtering, it is getting advanced. Like you can check the size of the downloads, and you can select only what type of files can be downloaded. Previously, in the earlier versions of normal firewalls, these things are not available. Application control and visibility, these are the top capabilities in the NGFW. There is one more important part, that is inspecting encrypted traffic. Okay, and this is like a very hot topic, because as we used to say is WhatsApp is a end-to-end encrypted, then how it can inspect the encrypted traffic. Okay, so let us understand that the only way to guarantee visibility of the encrypted traffic for a security deal is to decrypt the traffic. See why these capabilities are required, because lot of malwares are obfuscated. Obfuscated means they are hidden into the packets. They are hidden into the packets as a legitimate. They are trying to look legitimate and trying to hide them inside the data packets, the packets which are sending over the internet. And the firewall, the normal firewall, is just inspecting the basic IP source, hash, and all these things. But now the things are changing, and encrypted malwares are also coming. Okay, so encrypted malwares are also coming, and earlier firewalls do not have a capability to check the encrypted malware. So now these firewalls having a capability in NGFW which can use to check the encrypted traffic. Okay, so how it is working? Like this is the point where your internet is landing. Internet is landing to a router. Router is sending the entire packet to the encryption tool. Okay, in encryption tool it is checking the entire traffic through the IPS, then the decryption tool, and again it is going to the NGFW. So basically whatever the traffic which is said to be encrypted is going to be unencrypted, decrypted into the firewall. Okay, so encrypted traffic is going to be decrypted into the firewall, and if it is malicious, it is blocked. If it is legitimate, it is allowed. Okay, but the thing is that how it is happening, that how they are open to how they are open to open these encrypted packets. What are the capabilities these NGFW are happening? So basically there is a CA certificate. Okay, so there is a CA certificate which is most of the vendors are taking from the applications, OEMs, and embedding into their particular devices. Using these OEM certificates, they can able to encrypt and decrypt even the encrypted traffic. As you can see, I have also mentioned encrypted HTTPS traffic is increasing, and it is currently around 70 to 90% of the loaded HTTPS switches. So in currently 90% of the traffic is entirely HTTPS, and one should not assume that traffic encryption can provide 100% privacy protection against any eavesdropper, because if this firewall can have a CA certificate to check your traffic, so probably an attacker can also having a CA certificate to check the traffic. Okay, so this is a very good point that I want to mention with the NGFW, because like most of the times we are getting an option to put a NGFW inside the organization, so it's a great opportunity. So let's move on to this next topic, that is the IDS and IPS. Okay. Whenever we are talking about the firewall, there are certain firewalls which are having some specialized capabilities. Okay, like there is a one capability is a WAF. Okay, WAF is basically web application firewall. Okay, so web application firewall. See, the point is that WAF is something which can protect your application. It is designed to protect your applications. And what the application is usually running? Usually they are running with some web applications or some websites or something, or you are hosting some of the applications. So these applications have some specific type of vulnerabilities. Like if I tell you about OWASP top 10, okay, like SQL injection, like broken credential access. So there are a lot of vulnerabilities. So these WAP devices are designed in such a way so that they can focusedly built to make your web application secure. And for the normal usage, you can use any of the internet firewall for your normal application, normal users. Okay, so let's go ahead and start with the very interesting topic in network security, that is IDS and IPS. Okay, so IDS and IPS are basically the network protection devices. So let's start with the IDS, intrusion detection system. It simply detects the malicious activity by cannot take any action beyond its alerting or administrator. So IDS is only a alerting system. Okay, so basically IDS is a alerting system. It is not going to take any action. It usually observes network traffic for malicious transactions and send immediate alerts when it is observed. IDS is the process of actively discovering threats, attack intrusion on the network host and services. So if you remember in our previous sessions, I have talked about three type of controls. One is a protective controls, one is a detective, one is a preventive, and one is a protective control. So this is basically the type of detective controls. The IDS is coming under the detective controls. IDS is basically of two types, HIDS and NIDS. That is the host based IDS, and the another one is a network based IDS. So these two types of IDS are basically available. Then we have IPS. So IPS is a network security tool which can be a hardware device or a software that continuously monitors a network for malicious activity and takes actions to prevent with, including reporting, blocking and dropping. So nowadays if you buy a UTM is basically firewall plus antivirus plus IPS. So all these functionalities are available nowadays in a single box that we call this as a UTM, Unified Threat Management Device. So what are the type of IDS we have? We have network intrusion prevention system, which is monitoring the network. Then we have a network behavioral analysis, that is testing the behavior into the network. WIPS, wireless intrusion prevention system, and HIPS, host intrusion prevention system. It is basically some, you can say, an advanced antivirus with some advanced features. So HIPS is basically, you can take it as an advanced antivirus. Otherwise it is a part of the IPS family. So if you see this particular diagram, this is a typical diagram when we talk about the network security, particularly for the IDS and IPS. See, this is an IPS and this is an IDS. The CCTV camera you always remember as an IDS. Why? Because it can only view, it cannot do anything. If somebody is trying to steal your house, it can only alert you. Okay, it will send you alert based on the motion detecting that somebody is trying to get into your locker and somebody is trying to stealing your household items. It can only alert you. But IPS is something, a guard. Okay, it's act like a guard, and it is alerting plus taking the reasonable action to eradicate that particular risk. Okay, so that's why the location of the IPS is like this could be a typical location between switch and firewall, but in the case of IDS it is not between the thing, it is in parallel to the existing network, and using one of the port of the switch, usually we called it as a span port. It is capturing the entire traffic and analyzing. If something found malicious, it is basically alerting and giving the red flag to the admins. So this is the like basic difference between the IDS and IPS. If we have a certain issue of latencies, then we are using IDS. So this is the basic functionality. So if we have a issue of latency, okay, so latency will increase in IPS because you are putting in between network, and every traffic which is going through the switch will be scanned in this particular IPS location. Okay, but in the case in the case of IDS, the latency will not be an issue because it is just copying and sniffing the packet from this particular span port of the switch and using to scan and analysis. So basically, it is not interrupted. It is not creating any interruption in the regular communication, but it can block certain communication if you found malicious in the regular communication. So it's all depend on the requirement of the organization that what type of devices it want to use. But IDS is a like there is a IDS snort IDS. Okay, snorted IDS, and it is an open source IDS. You can configure it, and it's a very good IDS, I would say, because a lot of functionalities are there, lot of signatures are available over there. So you can use that particular IDS into your environment. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. So now we will be starting the other topic into the particular network security part, that is a router security. After that, we will be covering about the digital signatures and the other important topics. Like today, we have network security. We have covered a lot of things, and after that, we will be covering the cryptography. Okay. So before like starting the router security, I would like to give a brief idea about the host-based firewall. What are the host-based firewalls? Okay, just a minute, please. Because these firewalls are very much important. Is my screen visible? Okay, so this is this is an example of a host-based firewall. If you can see, Windows Defender firewall with advanced security. So this is an example and a very good tool which is lying into your own Windows system, Windows Defender and advanced security. In this particular point, if you could see, there is two type of rules are written. That is inbound rule, and the other one is a outbound rule. Okay, so what is an inbound rule? If you want to find out the connectivity and put some restrictions on the traffic which is coming in your network, you will put inbound rule. And if you want to block certain things which is going outside your traffic, which is called outbound rule. So Windows give you a capability to create such inbound rules and outbound rules, so that you can protect your host. So this is the example of the host based rules. So in the inbound rule, you are creating the rules for the inbound connection. For outbound rule, you are creating the rules for the outbound connection. Let us see for the inbound rules. Okay, so like this is this rule set. Okay, so this is the rule set that is available. So these all are the inbound rules. So if you can see, whenever any time you are creating any installing any new applications, all the times some new rules are automatically created. Okay, so if you can see this AnyDesk, if I'm using AnyDesk as a tool, there is a separate rule for it. Autopsy, there is a tool for it. Okay, I'm using Discord, I'm using FTP server. So any tool that I'm using will always creating a tool in rule into this. So how we can use this particular tool? If you can see to this, every rule has a action, whether it is a block or allow. On what is it is going to be implemented, what is the local address means source, and what is the remote address means destination. I think you can remember this is the same time these are the same points we are discussing when we are talking about the firewall rules. Could you please correlate it? Then there are protocols, local port, remote port. See, whenever we are trying to create a rule, what you required, whenever communication is being establishing, what is required? Source port, source destination port, source IP, destination IP. So all these things are available. So let us create an inbound rule. If I want to create an inbound rule, I have to just click on this particular button, that is inbound rule. And if I want to create an outbound rule, then you have to create a button, click on the button new rule. So if I'm creating an inbound rule means that who is trying to come to my network, and outbound rules if my system is trying to go with some another network. Okay, so let us suppose and take any of the IP that we are going to block. Okay, so I am trying to block a certain IP which can be malicious. Okay, so I'm just putting a new rule here. In this new rule, this is a host-based firewall. So in this host-based firewall, it is asking you to tell what type of rule you want to create. Okay, so you want to create a rule for program, you want to create a rule for port, or it's any predefined rule or custom rule. Okay, so in this case today we are using a custom rule. We are putting a custom rule. In this particular custom rule, it is asking you to specify the program. So I am creating a rule to block a particular IP that he is not able to come and contact in my system. So I want that the range of the rule should be to the all programs. So I am selecting all programs. Then to which ports and protocol does this rule apply? So my rule is applied to all protocols. See, now there are different type of protocols available. Like you have ICMP, IGMP, UDP, TCP, UDP, IPv6, GRE, ICMP, VRRP, PGP. So all these protocols are available. So if you want to block some particular, like if you want to block the ping, so ICMP, IPv4 ping is ICMP v4, or ICMP IPv6 is ICMP v6. So if I want to block a certain ping from this IP, I'm going to block this. But I want to block any type of communication that is coming from a remote IP. I'm just putting on next. Then I have to put which local address does this rule apply to and which remote address does this rule apply to. So basically I am putting that particular IP that I need to block. So let us suppose I want to block 132.12.3.4. So let us suppose I want to block this. So this port will be now this IP address will be blocked inside my system. Okay, so, and I'm also putting to this particular block. Just click on next, and now it is asking you what you want to do with the rule. You want to allow or block. So my aim is to block the connection, so I'm putting a block next. And where you want to put rule to be applied, domain, private or public. So my system is having three type of areas: domain, public, private. So I'm putting to all of these three. So now I want to block this. Just create a rule name, because otherwise afterwards it will be creating an issue. Click on finish. So if you can see here, a rule is created that is blocking this particular IP. You can see action block. override no. Program, all programs it is applicable. This is the local IP, remote IP. Protocols, local protocols, remote ports, everything is blocked for this particular IP. Okay, so same way you can allow this to your inbound rules. So in this way you can create the systems into your inbound and outbound rules. Also there is a functionality that but there is a restriction that you cannot block any domain using this particular Windows Defender firewall. You cannot block the domain, you can block the IP only. Any questions in this? Yeah. There is an option into this particular that you can use a PowerShell. Okay, you can use a PowerShell, and PowerShell can give you some capabilities to run a command directly to basically execute lot of problems. So are you able to see my PowerShell? Just confirm by typing yes. Okay, so there is a command this is a command which is visible. Okay, so if you can see to this command, basically this command is blocking the specific IP for the inbound direction. Action is block, remote IP is this. So if you want to block certain IP, okay, like in previous case we are blocking 103.2.3.4. Okay, so just by running this single command, you can block the IPs. Okay, so what you can do, you can share as a user can share this specific commands, and they can run into the firewall. They can configure the firewall using the PowerShell. So this can also be one of the way. The GUI is the option, and this is the like CLI based option, and this is pretty easy like. Particularly in case of server, you can use a network based firewall. Okay, in this is it is always recommended and directed to have your host based firewall on, but the blocking of the IOCs should be done usually onto a network based firewall, and putting it onto the host based firewall give it a additional layer of security definitely. But there are tools, there are certain tools right now that you can create even at your own with your own R&D team. You have to create. They are not available in market. Like I have created some of the tools. I will show you. So they can be used because it's all about use cases. Most of the time, it is all about the use cases, and we have developed our own tools that can be used. Let us. I will show you one of the tool that we have created. Just a minute. Just a minute, please. I'm just opening that tool. So is it visible on your screen? Yeah, so this is like just a simple tool that I have created, and basically it is the same tool that is Wireshark or any other is using. So what we are doing in this, we are just putting any of the like pcap file. Okay, let us drop to this pcap file, and it is also sharing you the geolocations. Okay, so like from which IP, from which country this IP is originated, or from which city this IP is originated. So it's only work if we enable this, but it will take time because there is a lot of traffic, and then we have to analyze the protocols. So it is just giving you a simple gesture. Okay, so if you can see that what is the source IP and what is the destination IP, because otherwise if you are using a Wireshark, it will give you a lot of data and it's very hard to understand. So this is a simple tool, and it is also giving a functionality of showing public IPs. Okay, so these are the public IPs. So if you can go downwards, so like these are the public IPs that is being transmitted during the entire session. Okay, so these are the public IPs. So you can find the reputation of the public IPs, which is actually using for the communication in your network. Also, there is a functionality I have created as a generate report. Okay, so this generate report is basically giving you an idea that what are the type of protocols the traffic it is a high UDP, high ICMP, TCP. So this will tell you a brief idea if you have a average experience that what type of traffic. So if someday you find that there is a lot of DNS traffic is there, it means that somebody is trying to stealing your data using the DNS exfiltration techniques. Okay, so like this is the one of the formulation. Then we have also created the figure for the entire traffic. Okay, so like this is the host. You are the host here. and how much connectivity you are creating with the other IPs. So this is a simple description it is giving. Also, I'm already on it for developing it. Also, it is giving you the DNS responses, that what are the DNS responses. Okay, so all these details are available. Said that what the DNS request has been sent, and what are the DNS. You can see the like DNS query, like training institute is a DNS query. What is the response for this? So you can analyze and you can even export all this. So it's a simple tool that I've created, and I'm still working on it. And this could be a good tool for the people who want to work more using the in the OT environment. See, my focus is for the OT environment because these tools are in-house developed. Okay, so even I can give the source code for this, and the utility can directly compile this at their own in their own environment. Okay, do not need to take a exe from me or something, because I'm having the source code for this. So we are developing at our own. So this could be a potential for the probable in the future OT environments, because OT environments need security, and we cannot rely on the even open source tools, because we do not know what is the level of exfiltration it can do. So only thing we can do is after the having the full-fledged trust on the source code. So from directly building the source code is a good option. Is it clear? Yeah. It is a PCAP file, but we do have a tool that is doing the real-time monitoring also. I will show that also. Just a minute. I think I'm not able to identify that particular tool right now, but I have in the future session na, I will show you that particular tool that will also help you out in doing the real time. For encryption, we have developed our own tool for the drive forensics. Okay, for drive forensics, we have developed our own tool that we will discuss you just after this. Let us complete the network part. Okay. So let's move. I think so. This part is clear. Windows Defender Firewall. Everyone. The technology used is Python, and with Tkinter, and we are also trying to develop on the Flask environment. So probably we are launching some of the tools which are web based. So now we will be talking onto the another topic, which is router security, or you could take it as a security for the any network device, but for primarily focusing, we are onto the router security. So what are the routers? We have, as we have already discussed, router is a device which is basically connecting two different networks. So introduction, in this particular topic, we will be doing the introduction to the importance of securing network routers as a critical components of the overall network security. What is our learning objective today? We will be understanding the vulnerabilities and implementing strategies to enhance the security of the routers. So this is like basic topics we will be covering. So why we should focus on router security? Because these are the gateway to the networks. So anything that is landing up to your firewall is coming from the routers. If you have remember that tracer command. So tracer command is basically finding the routers that are coming into the traffic. So whenever I am trying to go to the google.com or facebook.com, so what are the routers that are coming between me and Google are basically coming as a hop. So routers are gateway to your networks, making them prime targets for attacks. Impact of compromise, unauthorized change, data theft, and potential entry points for the further network infiltration. So these are the important areas. Okay, so what are the common router vulnerabilities? So common router vulnerabilities are like default settings. This is a very common vulnerability that usually people have, like default setting. They are just putting the firewall as per the conditions in the OEM has sent. They are not changing the default credentials. They are not setting up the proper rules. So routers often come with default usernames and password. They are easily exploitable. So if you just remember and just try to open the your home router, like admin is the like very common username passwords for the our home ONTs. So this default setting is an issue. Second issue is firmware flaws. Okay, like outdated firmwares can contain unpatched security vulnerabilities. So this could be a potential serious flaw, and firmwares need to be updated on the regular basis. Usually people are just updating the systems. They are just updating their servers. They are updating the IPS signatures, but honestly, how many of you are updating the router firmwares? If I tell you about the statistics, only 6% of the people, 6% of the network people are updating the firmwares of the routers or switches. So it's a real security flaw. Then misconfiguration. Improperly configured routers can expose the networks to unauthorized access. So it's very important to configure the things properly. So what can be the configurations required? Like if there is an option like telnet. So telnet is the option through which one can access your router. So if not required, just block this telnet and definite. So these are the common router vulnerabilities that we have just discussed. So if you just remember these recent security incidents like Storm Bamboo attack and OpenWRT vulnerabilities, APD20 attacks on Ubiquiti routers. So all these routers are just because of non-updation, and they are just putting on to the original states. Rules are not properly set it up, and default credential issues. So these issues are very So let's move on to the another part of the topic, like best practices for router security. So let's talk on to the best practices for router security. Always change your default credentials. Always change your default credentials. Update your firmware regularly. Disable the remote management. Never allow your remote management to access your devices. And use encryption algorithm. Implement WPA3 encryption for Wi-Fi to secure wireless traffic or something. Regular audits is very important. Put your routers in the purview of VAPT. Conduct regular audits. Check to ensure settings are secure. So these are the regular practices that you can put on for the router security. What are the advanced security measures you can use? You can use some VPN filter, use VPN filters to manage and monitor outbound inbound traffic. Network segmentation is a good part. IDS, you can put IDS in it. So these are the points that we have covered. The second important part, that is like implementing a router security policy, is policy development. First of all, you have to create a policy that what type of zones segregations you want to make. Guide on developing a comprehensive router security policy for your organization. Train your people on router security and best practices. So these are the points that you need to take care of. And at the end of the day, the conclusion is you have to keep your router secure, and encourage the implementation of the discussed security measures, and continuous learning. So these points are very much helpful whenever we talk about the particular router security. So any questions in this particular topic, router security? Sir. if you are seeing on the screen, there is a tool for the live sniffing. Okay, so this tool we can use, and we will share you this tool, but so tool less time, we are not able to show more tools to you. Now let's go to encryption. The encryption is a very important topic that we have decided to do today. Okay, cryptography. So let's talk on to the topic of cryptography, which is a very useful topic and the need for the hour. So what is cryptography and what is the data backups? We will be talking today. So there is a situation one in front of you where Doraemon want to send a file to Shizuka, but there is a risk that an attacker can sniff the packet and read its content, which is basically secret. Okay, so this is the use cases we are facing every day. That if one person is trying to send a file to someone else, then a person who is sitting inside the network, you don't know, like in the 7th or 8th hop, who is sitting and sniffing your packet, because packet is basically going through that particular router only. So in this particular section, we will going to discuss this. So this is a top secret file that Doraemon want to send to Shizuka, but unfortunately the attacker is sitting in front of it, and due to that it is not allowed to send in such a way. So the solution is cryptography. So cryptography is a practice and study of techniques used for secure communication and data protection in the presence of adversaries. So in the presence of adversaries, so it is always said that adversaries are always near to us. They are sitting in our networks, and we have to protect them. It involves creating and deciphering codes, allowing only to the intended recipient to access the information. So in previous case, the Doraemon wants that the files can only be opened by Shizuka. Nobody other can open that file. So here the role of cryptography is there, and cryptography plays a crucial role in various aspects of modern life, including secure communication, data storage, e-commerce, and digital currencies. Even the concept of bitcoins is also a part of a cryptography. So basically, algorithm is being mined, and the output is basically a bitcoin. So what are the fields of cryptography? Encompasses several techniques and concepts. So encryption is a way in which the plain text is basically converted into the ciphertext. So the process of converting plain text into the ciphertext. So ciphertext is unreadable text, and plain text is the readable text, rendering it unintelligible to anyone without the appropriate decryption methods. What is a decryption? Again, reversing the thing, converting the ciphertext back to the plain text. Then we have certain cryptographic algorithms. So cryptographic algorithms are basically the mathematical procedures used for encryption and decryptions. There can be a symmetric encryption or asymmetric encryption. We will see in details about the symmetric and asymmetric encryption. Usually in symmetric encryption, we have a same key both for open and close the file, means for encrypting and decrypting the file. But for asymmetric encryption, you have different keys for encryption and decryption. Hash function is something that takes an input and produces a fixed size output, often used for data integrity check, password storage, and digital signature. We will come to this topic, hashing, when we are reading that particular topic. So type of encryption, there are probably usually two types of encryptions we are having. One is a symmetric encryption, and the another one is a asymmetric encryption. In the symmetric encryption, you have a same type of key. So basically in symmetric encryption, you have the same key is used for both encryption and decryption. This means that the sender and receiver must share the secret key securely, which can be a challenge. Because you just understand one thing, that there is a file ABC, okay, and you have just encrypted it, okay, you have encrypted the file, sent to someone, but also you need to send the key. And if somebody is sniffing the file, there is a possible chance that he can also sniff the key. So in that particular case, the asymmetric encryption can be a little bit risky. So, but symmetric encryption is generally faster than asymmetric encryption and is often used for bulk data encryption. So, can anybody tell me what type of encryption we are using in WhatsApp? Symmetric or asymmetric? Yes. Asymmetric encryption is using in WhatsApp because WhatsApp is having our public key and we are having the public key of WhatsApp, and we are having our own private key and WhatsApp is having its own private key. Okay, so common symmetric encryption include AES, this is the most common encryptions, then DES, triple DES, blowfish and twofish. So these are the 5 types of encryption that majorly used. So in this particular case, the case is of symmetric encryption, where a plain text is converted into the cipher text using the encryption. Okay, but the problem is that the same key is used. You can see the same key is used for encryption and decryption. Okay, so the problem is that attacker is sad because he is not able to find out this key. Maybe the key has sent through a USB drive or something. But if he has find out that key, then this encryption is totally failure. So what's the solution for that? The solution for that is when we use the asymmetric encryption. So asymmetric encryption uses a pair of keys, a public key for encryption and a private key for decryption. The public key can be shared openly while the private key must remain secret. Asymmetric encryption is generally slower than the symmetric encryption but offers increased security due to separation of encryption and decryption keys. So in asymmetric encryption, you have two type of keys, and the encryption algorithms are basically in asymmetric are RSA, ECC and Diffie-Hellman key exchange. So these are the key algorithms that are used in the asymmetric encryption. Even the HD WAN, in the software deployed WAN, we used to exchange the keys for authentication. That is also using the asymmetric encryption. So now just see to this particular scenario. Doraemon want to file send to Shizuka again, and it is using now asymmetric encryption because you can see there are different keys. Now there is a private key of Shizuka with her, and Doraemon is using a public key of Shizuka. Okay, so try to understand each and every concept, and if you have any issues, just put down in front of me so that we can clear. So in this case, public key of Shizuka is used to lock the file, and private key of Shizuka is used to unlock the file. So in this case, there is a concept of asymmetric encryption where different keys are used for both encryption and decryption. If Doraemon want to get the public key of Shizuka, there are different methods available. Like keys will be shared through various ways. Either it is a public key infrastructure, key servers, or direct exchange, or sometime embedded in protocol and applications. So these are the different ways. So if Doraemon want to send a file to Shizuka in secret through asymmetric encryption, then firstly Shizuka will share her public key with Doraemon. So Shizuka will share his public key with Doraemon. Doraemon uses Shizuka's public key to encrypt file, then can only be decrypted by Shizuka's private key. So it will encrypt the document with Shizuka public key, and then it will send to the Shizuka for the decryption, and only decryption be available if that private key of Shizuka is applicable. So in this way the entire things will work. in asymmetric encryption, file can only be opened with the private key, but it can be logged through the public key, and public key is available publicly. So basically, the concept is that if Shizuka want to receive file from someone in a secret way, the person who is a sender uses the public key of Shizuka to send the file, which is encrypted using the public key of Shizuka, and private key of Shizuka can be used to open the file. Public key, it's already available on internet, sir. We are already providing the public key for everyone so that he or she can send the file. So for implementing this private key and public key concept, we are using a tool that is a GPG. So GPG is a short of GNU Privacy Guard. It is a free and open source implementation of the OpenPGP, pretty good privacy standard. It is a cryptographic software suite that provide encryption, decryption, and digital signature capabilities for securing data and communication. So if you want to implement the public key and private key infrastructure to your organization and to your personal use, you can use the GPG. So let us see how you can install the GPG and what are the key features that are available. Is my screen visible? My Chrome screen? Okay, so you just type GNU GPG and your Google, and you will be able to land on this particular website. From here, you can create a pair of public key and private key. First, you need to download this software. The software name is GPG4Win. It is available for Windows, operating OS X, for Mac, for Debian, RPM, Android, VMS, RISC OS. So for each and everything, there is a separate software available. So like for Android, even Google are using these keys only. Okay, so Windows, you download GPG4Win, and there is an option for downloading the option. Just go here, and it is asking you a donation, but there is an option of $0. So just put $0 and click on download. Okay, so once the download is done, it's a small file of around 33 MB, so it can be downloaded in a fast way. And after downloading, there is a tool that is installed in your system with the name of Cleopatra. Okay, so Cleopatra is a tool which is installed in your system after the installation. Let me open it. Are you able to see the tool Cleopatra on my screen? Okay, so now you can see that this is a tools, and from this you can create a pair of public key. Okay, so when you go to this file, and this file you are getting option new open PGP key pair. Is it visible? Is it visible? Yes or no? Yeah, so just click on this new open PGP key pair, and a window will appear. The window is asking for your name, for your email address. Okay, so always try to give the name and valid email address, because when you are trying to upload the public key on the infrastructure, PKI infrastructure, then it should be used. So let us suppose my name is Prashant Saxena, and my email ID is, so I'm using my email ID. Okay, so now I'm going to create a key, but there is an option of advanced settings. Okay, so you just go to advanced settings. On advanced setting, it will giving you the options like what type of encryption you want to put. Okay, like you want to put RSA, DSA, or what type of encryptions you are using. Also, it is asking you to enter the valid until. Okay, so valid until usually it's giving for 3 years, but you can also change that at what till what time this public key will be valid. So I am creating as it is. Just click on the OK. Then it is also asking you to protect with a key phrase. Okay, why this key phrase is required? To give an additional layer of security. So I am putting a key phrase here. When I click on OK, it is basically creating the keys and asking me to put up key phrase. Okay, I have to do it again because I have pressed escape. Now you have to create a key phrase. So I'm creating a key phrase for this. Okay, so now it is saying that a new open PGP create certificate was created successfully. So if you can remember, like this is the key we have developed, and I want to export the public key. So just click on it and click on the export. Okay, it is asking your location to put the key, and if you can see, the key name is Prashant Saxena underscore something underscore public. So this is your public key. Okay, so this is your public key, and this public key is a need to be shared with the people for encryption. Never share your private key for encryption. Okay, so by doing this, you have just downloaded your public key, and if you download a private key, you can just backup secret keys. Click on backup secret keys, go to the place you want to store, and you can see the option here, Prashant Saxena something underscore secret. So the if you are finding secret in this file name, it means it's a private key. Is it clear up till this moment? Now I am going to save this. Okay. So basically on my desktop, 2 files are being saved. Okay, but the problem is that if you are saving your private key, it is asking you for a key phrase. Okay, so key phrase that I have created at that moment of time, it's because like somebody has asked me that if my system is being hacked, then my private key can be stolen. Actually, if you have put down the passphrase, then nobody can export your private key. Okay, so I'm putting this. So when I click on OK, the private key will be exposed. Okay, so it's saying the backup of secret key was successfully created successfully. Okay, now how you can share the public key? The question is how you can share the public key. So there are 3 options or 4 options that you can use. Like there is an online repository. Okay, so there is an online repository, keys.openpgp.org. So using this particular repository, you can upload your keys and you can use this. Let's go to this key registry and find what is available with my particular name. Okay, so is this visible? keys.openpgp.org. Okay, so if you like, I have already uploaded the key of my personal account. So if you just put my email and find for the search, you will find that a key is there. Okay, and if you download it, the key will be downloaded. So this is my public key, which you can use for encrypting the file. Okay, and if you want to upload this public key that we have just created, so you can use this option upload and upload your private key here. Let me do that. So never upload your secret key. Okay, always upload your private key, because sometimes this would be a mistake. So okay, so what it is saying, the key is now published with non-identity information. To make the key available, you can verify this same. So if they are going to send me a verification email, so I will ask them to send the verification email. Okay, so once they have sent the verification email, I have to verify the same on my email ID. Okay, and then I can verify the same. Is it clear to everyone how to upload the private key and how people can access to your private keys? Yes, yes. So now let us suppose you got my private key. So now what I have to do is I have to use that private key for sending the file. So let us suppose I am creating a file here. I am creating a file here, abc.txt. Okay. So file is now abc2.txt. Now I want to encrypt. Okay. Now I want to encrypt this file. So what I will do, I will just select this, and I will click on show more options. Okay. So there is an option, more GPGX options. You can just encrypt this file. Okay. You can just encrypt this file. Is it visible to everyone? Encrypt option. Okay. So you can just click on this encrypt option, and it is asking for you that you want to encrypt for me or others. Definitely I want to encrypt for other. Then it will asking you to put his name. Okay, so these are the other peoples whose public keys are available. Okay, so let us suppose I want to send the file to Shakti Vedanta. Okay, I want to send a file to Shakti Vedanta. I just click on OK, and now I will put a button encrypt. Okay, so you can see that this file is being encrypted now, and only Shakti Vedanta can open this file. This is the encrypted file, this is a non-encrypted file. Now I can email this particular file to Shakti Vedanta, with whom public key I have encrypted this. Is it clear? the major motive of the encryption is to prevent the data leakage from data in transit. Okay, so using OneDrive or something you can use during data at rest, but for data in transit, this encryption is very much required, because if somebody has got access to your particular file, then also he cannot able to like open the file. Also, there is a concept of hashing. Hashing means that you have created a value, a hash value of a particular file. Okay, and that particular file, if any changes are being observed, then you can see that there is a change in the hash value. Let us suppose this is a file, and let us calculate the hash value for this. Okay, so if you just click on this and click on the hashes, it will show you the hash values. Okay, see, the hash values are there. Okay, and if I just change something in the file, okay, see, it is ending with 27E right now, and if I change something in it, okay, if I change something in it, the entire hash value will be changed. See, the hash value is changed. It is the same hash value of the file, but hash value has been changed. So what we have created for encryption is, we have created a tool which we called as a just a minute. Just a minute, please. Okay, so is my screen visible to everyone? So see what the tool is created, like you can browse the folder. Okay, let us suppose I am creating a file here, a folder here, new folder here, test data. Here I am creating some of the text files. Okay, so I have created some of the text files. Now I am selecting this folder to find out the hash values, and I run the extract metadata. Okay, so what's happening? This folder has 3 files. Okay, this folder has 3 files. It's visible properly? Okay, so you can see that these are the files. So now whenever you have certain important data, you just create the extract metadata and export them, these metadata, into the CSV. So I am giving this export data as 1.csv. Okay, now what I will do, I will change the hash value of this file number 3. How I am going to change? I am just changing the hash value of this file just by changing some values. Okay. Okay, so this is the 3.txt. So I am adding some data, just saving it. So basically it will change the hash value. So now my hash value is changed. So now what I will do, I will again browse the folder. Okay, and extract the metadata, and now I will compare the previous hash values. Okay, so I will load previous hashes, like this is the previous hashes I have, and now I put on compare hashes. So you can say files with change hashes are 1.csv and 3.txt. So this is the file whose hash value has been changed. So encryption can help you out in finding even the small changes into your file. Are you able to understand? And I am confident that definitely, yes,